let me repeat that. Hello and welcome to the stream. Would you like to introduce yourself to the people that are listening? Who are you? How did you find this stream? How do you enjoy the Asia Cup thus far? Anything like that?
My name is Nathan. I'm from the United States.
Okay. Yeah, I
Um,
mean, go ahead.
I um found the sport of cricket during the World Cup last year.
Ah, interesting.
Um, so it was hosted in the United States. And then I've just been following it since. Through some internet searching, I found the gorilla cricket. I saw that you were doing something for the Asia Cup, which I was interested in.
Yeah, hello and welcome, Nathan. Welcome on board. Yeah, good to have you here. So here's my idea how we are going to do this. Because we are just there's just the two of us at the moment. And there is this structure in classical cricket commentary where you have three people, and one is the play-by-play person, the other one is the color commentator, and then there's the summarizer. Um, let's start with I will do the ball by ball, and you will have a look at the social media end of things, and of course give us between over something. Some of your analysis or your observations or stuff like that, or between balls, obviously, if that is okay with you.
Okay.
Cool.
Sure, sure.
So yeah, I think after the first match, Bangladesh will be favorites in this game. Hong Kong had a very rough start to the tournament. That first very bad decision that got one of their top order batsmen out. That was a real shocker, but I think it wouldn't have changed that much had he not been given out. What do you think?
Um, yes, I obviously they might have been able to put on a little bit higher of a score,
Yeah.
but it just looked like struggles all around for Hong Kong in the first game.
Uh,
I would expect them to probably do a little in this one, but
yeah, a little bit, of course, but I think they might actually be in with a shot at victory against the United Arab Emirates. On a good day, Hong Kong can be a very good side, and the UAE, I think, have been a bit shaky over the last 2 or 3 weeks. They played the triangular series against Pakistan and Afghanistan, where they were steamrolled by Pakistan and Afghanistan in their first matches, and then in the end, in the last game of the league stage, they really ran the Afghans very close. As we are now seeing the opening batsman for Hong Kong getting ready at the boundary edge, that should be um, Rat, who was well done very dirty in the last match, and his opening partner should be the keeper Zishan Ali. As we are seeing the Tigers running out to field, there is Mahedi Hassan. It seems taking his marking his run up. He will probably open the bowling for Bangladesh. So what do you expect? There is there much spin in the Bangladesh team? I'm just looking. Um, Mahedi Hassan, the all-rounder, is opening. He is a pace bowler, obviously. In he comes. That's just a practice run up. Yeah. So what? Oh no, it's Taskin Ahmed who is opening. Mahedi Hassan was marking his run up earlier though. Anyway, so yeah, obviously, you can always write in the chat, people. We will read out your social media messages. Nathan will help me out with that. And let's hope for a great match between Hong Kong and Bangladesh. And oh, I forgot to tell you where it is actually taking place. It's in Abu Dhabi. So there seems to be some no. Well, there seems to be a bit of fiddling with the equipment going on. So yeah. So what are your expectations of the tactics between the teams? Do you have any suggestions for them or any predictions?
I'm not quite sure.
I mean, something like when will the Bangladeshis go to spin during the power play? As just a second, we are now ready to start. We have Taskin Ahmed starting, and they start with spin right away. And there is a slip in place. There is a backward point for Taskin for Mahedi. No, it's Mahedi who is starting. Why were they showing Taskin Ahmed earlier running up? They are indeed starting with some off breaks. So interesting gambit that from Bangladesh. We didn't see that from either Hong Kong nor from the Afghans. We didn't see it from the UAE, and we didn't see it from India. Everyone started very orthodox with a pace bowler, as Mahedi is coming right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Anshuman, and that one is given as leg byes for a single. So Hong Kong 2 without loss. A run rate of 6.0. Oh, and what is happening here? The Hong Kong batsmen are in the mood to play Maxwell-esque in, well, the most risky kind of way. And because as Mahedi is coming right arm over the wicket, there is a reverse sweep being unfurled. It is not given out LBW on the field, but the Bangladeshi team have opted to review that one. Yeah,
I think this is a good review.
It seemed like a good review live, that I have to say, and I don't really understand why you would start with such unorthodox shots, because he is coming down the wicket, he slashes over the ball hits him above the knee roll on his front pad, but because he is very low to the ground, it hits him in front of leg stump, I think, and it is going on to hit middle and leg about 3/4 of the way up. There is no edge involved. We have Ultra Edge confirming that one. Now we are waiting for the ball tracking to come up. They are awaiting the ball tracking with bated breath. The Bangladeshi fielder standing in a huddle or in a pulk on one side of the pitch. It's pitching outside off. The impact is umpire's call, but it is hitting the wickets. But the original decision is not out. That was borderline. That was a very risky shot to take early on in this innings from Hong Kong. Unnecessary risk, I would say. It's a bit like Glenn Maxwell, who... What was it that Jeff Lemon and Colo made fun of him for, Adam Collins. I think he was out in a test match, 4th delivery, because he tried to play a reverse sweep. In comes Mahedi again, right arm over the wicket. This one played towards mid-wicket by Zishan, and there is no run. 3 dots thus far in the innings. The infield is relatively symmetrical. We have short third, we have short fine leg, we have backward square leg, we have backward point. There is a mid wicket, there is a mid on, mid off. And fifth delivery of the first over is another dot ball, and Hong Kong remain on 2 without loss. Final delivery of the first over is to come. In he comes Mahedi, right arm over the wicket. This one is pushed out into the offside by Zishan. He finds the fielder at cover. He is looking for a run but is sent back, and that is a good decision because that run was suicidal. Any thoughts, Nathan?
Well, at the first look, I think that spin might be used heavily in this one. They started off with it. Looks like it could be difficult to get a big score.
Yeah, and I mean the UAE pitches have been relatively low scoring a lot of the time in this tournament because and not just in this tournament because we also had the triangular series as a warm up for the host nation and Afghanistan and Pakistan, and there were not that many high scoring matches in that series. We will come to your social media posts after this over, as Taskin Ahmed is now taking the ball. He is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Anshuman, and this one beats his outside edge, is taken by the keeper, and there is another dot ball. No run for Hong Kong this time. And that, I guess, is why we saw Taskin Ahmed marking his run-up before the first over. Goes for a big booming drive, Anshuman, but misses it inside. And there is a no ball signaled on the field by one of the umpires because he reckons that Taskin Ahmed has overstepped, which, judging by the replay, is a bit optimistic. There is not that much behind the line, I would suggest, when the foot comes down. But anyway, umpire's decision stands. Right arm over the wicket, and this one is slashed by Anshuman through cover, and that one is a boundary, the first one of the match for Hong Kong. 7 without loss, 1 delivery into the second innings. That was a great shot. What do you think, Nathan? Nathan, are you there? Oh, I think we seem to have lost Nathan. I don't know. There's been no audio signal telling me that we've lost him. Anyway, that is the first 4. I will investigate what is happening on the technical side there. Second delivery of the over is another ball though. So let's see. We do have Zishan on 1 of 5. Anshuman with the strike rate of 100, 4 of 4. Hong Kong are 7 without loss. In comes Taskin Ahmed, and he is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Anshuman, who is going for another drive. There is a huge appeal from from Bangladesh, as they are certain that they have their man caught behind. Both teams have 2 reviews remaining because even though Bangladesh took one of the reviews they have available during the first over and it didn't go their way, that was because it was umpire's call, so they kept their review and they have decided to go for the review for caught behind. Taskin Ahmed and Litandas, the keeper, seem convinced that there is an outside edge as Anjuman is looking to play Taskin very, very straight down the onside. That looks like a very, very big on drive. And this time there is the faintest of spikes on ultra edge as the ball passes the bat. And I think that is not the bat brushing the pad. And the third umpire seems to agree with me because he instructs the on-field umpire to reverse his decision, and Anjuman has to go. Anjuman Rath caught Litondas bowled Taskin Ahmed for 4 runs, 5 balls, strike rate of 80. Can you still hear me, Nathan? I seem to have lost Nathan. Anyway, I will have a look at your social media interactions. Stephen Kelk is with us. Hello, Stephen. My favorite skinny puppy discussion channel. Yes, of course. That was yesterday or day before yesterday, about skinny puppy and skinning cats and stuff like that. If you are interested in that kind of talk, that very weird kind of talk, you will have to become a Patreon of Gorilla Cricket, so you can join that Discord and read all these very, very interesting discussions over on the Discord. Anyway, Baba Hayat is in at number 3 for Hong Kong. He, the hero with the bat for Hong Kong in otherwise very, very disappointing batting display. Only 2 batsmen made double figures. Him and the captain, I think it was. And he is off the mark first delivery as he is playing one into the offside, where it is stopped at cover, who has to run after it. Baba Hayat has a T20 career of 93 innings, an average of 28.56 and a strike rate of 130.8. And he actually does have 2 T20 international centuries to his name, which is quite impressive, I have to say. That's 2 more than Sachin Tendulkar has. Anyway, in comes Taskin, right arm over the wicket, pushed out into the offside by Zishan this time, finds the fielder at cover. There is no run. As Stephen Kelk says, yes, very interesting discussions in the Gorilla Cricket Discord. Yes, absolutely. Morg and Farong, and it's it's a bit of an acquired taste, I would say, but very, very much fun nonetheless. I have a new yes, Nathan, I'm not hearing any of you. Let's have a look. You say you have mic input, but I don't hear anything. You are not muted. I will up your user volume. Can you say something? Do you hear me? That's another question. Okay, that is weird. I don't know why that could be. I don't know why that is. My icon is lighting up when I talk. Well, I have muted and unmuted you, but it doesn't tell me that you are muted. So I don't know why that would be. Maybe if you leave the audio channel once and then rejoin the audio channel, maybe that helps. So just yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. Your icon did light up, but your icon is lighting up, but I can't hear you. That is very, very weird. Well, I'll update the listeners just for a second. Tuskin bowled 5 wides on the 5th delivery of his second over, and that means that Hong Kong end the over on 13 for 1. Tanzim is in now, right arm over the wicket, and there is a dot ball of the first delivery. On the second delivery, there is another display of very, very poor running from Hong Kong. Almost another run-out chance at the non-strikers, and this time, if the throw coming in from the fielder had been a bit more precise, that would have been out again. And as a reminder, in the first match of the Asia Cup between Afghanistan and Bangladesh, there were 2 run-outs between Afghanistan and Hong Kong. There were 2 run-outs of Hong Kong batsmen. One of them was indeed a platinum duck, as Rashid Khan, the captain of Afghanistan, ran out the non-striker from Hong Kong without him ever facing a single delivery. No luck for Bangladesh this time. Next delivery brings another single, so Hong Kong move on to 14 for 1 after 2.3 overs. Their current run rate is 5.6. Zishan is on 1, Hayat on 2. Tanzim has figures of none for 1. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and this is an aerial clip into the leg side that will bring them probably at least 2. Yes, indeed. 16 for 1, a quick double for Zishan, moving him on to 3 of 8. Tanzim Hassan Shakib, 31 matches he has played in his T20 international career. In he comes again. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed batsman Zishan, who tries to make room by stepping back towards the leg side half a step and playing with an angled bat, looking for a lofted cover drive, basically. Misses the ball completely, and that is another dot ball. Okay, we seem to have Nathan back. Can you say something, Nathan? Why can't I hear anything on Discord? I will check my audio settings, but okay, it is my mic test. Yeah, he takes my input, Discord. Nathan, just please make sure in the lower left corner of your Discord window, if you click next to your username on the cork on the wheel, on the cog for the settings, and confirm that the input mic is the one you are using, because I don't know why there is nothing coming through at the moment. Okay. Taskin is coming back for his second over of the night, and the first two deliveries have gone for singles each. Zishan on 4, Hayat on 3. Hong Kong 18 for 1 after 3.2 overs. We have mid-off, cover, point, backward, point. We do have a fine leg, short fine leg. We have a mid-wicket, long on and long off, obviously. Mid-off and mid-on. And this one is lofted aerially towards cover, and this time he falls short. Baba Hayat, he was basically the one batsman in Hong Kong's first game that was able to hit any boundary. This time it doesn't have the distance, but it falls safely behind the fielder in the ring at mid-off, who is running after it, and they take a quick couple of runs, bringing the total to 20 for 1. Current run rate is 5.71. Next one, as Taskin is coming in, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Hayat. He pushes it out into the offside. It is fielded by the bowler, and there is no run. We see a graphic on the screen. We have Yakar at point, and then we have another fielder at cover. The distance between the gap between those two is around 35 meters. Another aerial shot from Hayat as he steps back, tries to play a cross-batted shot, gets a top edge, but that top edge flies towards a deep point over the heads of two Bangladesh fielders who are running after it. And this is the first time in this tournament that Hong Kong have run 3. Baba Hayat was looking at that, and his face said, "Oh damn, this is me throwing away my innings again." But this time he didn't. Got it over the heads of the fielders inside the ring. They ran 3, so now the current run rate is 6 for Hong Kong, 6 flat. Hong Kong 23 for 1, and another aerial shot, and again he has enough power to clear the infield, but not enough power to drive it all the way to the boundary, and mid-off fields it this time, running after it. And they run a single this time. Zishan was the batsman here. He didn't have enough power. More height than distance, I think. Those are the shots that will be very, very risky after the power play, when the Bangladeshi are allowed by the laws or by the playing conditions to take more fielders outside of the ring. And we are now seeing that the umpires are checking, and it looks like Zishan is short. There is checking going on if one of those runs during the 3 it's the single this time, because they were running 2, but Zishan is 1 short. So it's not 25, it's 24 for 1. Zishan on 5, Hayat on 8 of 8. 4 overs gone. Hayat now on strike. There is backward point. There is a fine leg. In comes Tanzim, right arm over the wicket. And Hayat tries to hack it over or back towards cow corner. Misses it completely. And it goes through to the keeper, who takes it on the bounce. There is no run. Yeah, that was a very agricultural hack by Hayat, who, make no mistake, has the power to hit sixes if he gets bat on ball. In comes Tanzim again. This one is guided by Hayat. He is aiming for deep third man, but he can only find backward point. So there is no run. Again, 24 for 1 after 4.2 overs for Hong Kong. Hayat is on strike. High scorer for Hong Kong in the first match. One of two players in the first match for Hong Kong to make double figures. We have mid-off, cover point, backward point, deep third, short fine leg, deep square leg, mid wicket and mid on. And Tanzim is coming in again, right arm over the wicket, and this one goes flying, and it goes flying over long on, and that is the first 6 of the match. And it is, of course, Baba Hayat who is hitting the first 6 of the match, as he did in the Afghanistan game. In comes Tanzim, and that splatters his stumps. Zishan is gone. Hayat is gone. I'm sorry, Hayat is gone. He is bowled by Tanzim, and the second wicket for Hong Kong falls. Hong Kong 30 for 2. And I don't know what is going on with... I don't know what's going on with Discord. Well, I'm sorry, Nathan, if you are listening on YouTube. Maybe we can work that out during the innings break. Then I don't know what's going on. I'm very sorry, but I heard you all the way, and then suddenly you were gone. So I don't know what's happening. I didn't change any settings here. Of that I can assure you, because I was trying to concentrate on the on my video feed here. But yeah, I'm sorry. I will leave the live streaming channel for the rest of this innings, and I will look into troubleshooting during the innings break, if that is okay. All right. So 30 for 2. Nizakat is the next batsman in. He is at number 4, and Tanzim comes in, and Nizakat tries to fend at it very high. Both hands at shoulder height, but the bat still relatively straight. His T20 international career is for 114 innings, average of 21.73. As we are seeing a replay that didn't miss the outside edge of his bat by that much, and Tanzim comes in for the final delivery of his second over. There is a slip in place for him, and Nizakat is making way for a cross-batted shot straight down the ground. It's more of a baseball shot, basically. He is rewarded with a single for that one, and after 5 overs, Hong Kong are 31 for 2. Zishan on 5, Nizakat on 1. Tanzim ends his second over with figures of 1 for 10. And I will take a look at any social media messages. Stephen Clark says, Hong Kong surely have no chance. Thoughts? Never say die, Stephen, you know that. But I said earlier, yes, absolutely, Bangladesh are favorites here. But I think Hong Kong do actually have a better chance here than they did against Afghanistan, because I think that Afghanistan are actually a stronger T20 team than Bangladesh are, as this is the first time we see the Fizz tonight, the left-handed cutter bowler, that most unicorn type of pace bowler in this day and age. And he is bowling left arm over the wicket to Nizakat, and he threads him between backward point and third man. He almost finds the boundary, but he didn't get enough pace on the ball. Outfield doesn't seem that quick in this match, so just a couple for Hong Kong. 33 for 2, and Mustafizo is coming in again. Left arm over the wicket to the right-hander. This time he fends it to fine leg, and they take another single. Mustafizo, 2 balls bowled, and 3 runs conceded for him. 34 for 2. Yeah, Bangladesh are definitely the favorites, but this Hong Kong bowling attack isn't half bad. It isn't half bad. They gave Afghanistan some headaches during the power play, and basically the first 75% of or the first 50% or 60% of Afghanistan's innings. They were not that bad. And I think, of course, Afghanistan probably lost too many wickets, or more wickets than they were willing to lose early on in their innings. But some of that was actually the Hong Kong bowlers. They got their tails up when they took 2 for 1, basically, on 25 and 26 runs. 2 Afghan wickets fell, as there is another single. No, there's no single. There is a dot ball. So, yeah, they did create pressure. The Afghans were forced to rebuild, first with Nabi and Sadiq, and then with Azmatullah Omarzai and Sadiq. Omarzai made the fastest 50 for any Afghan in T20. There is an appeal for LBW as the Fizz hits his Yorker, but the umpire is not interested in that, as Zishan is practicing the flick of his toes he was trying to play. Here comes the replay, and he absolutely misjudged that ball by Mustafizo. He who reckons it's going down leg. In he comes again, left arm over the wicket. This one is played out to fine leg, and there is no run, even though Hong Kong are now looking for quick singles. But this one was very, very risky, and in the end they decide against it. So yeah, Stephen, you're welcome. And yes, they do have some delivery in the bowling. In the end of the innings, they lost the plot a bit. It wasn't that high scoring of an innings, but I think there was one over where they conceded around 20 or something. something like that. One very, very big over. Asmatullah Omarzai became the fastest Afghan 50 in T20 internationals. Sadiq improved his personal high score to 73 not out, and he had the last time he made a personal high score was during the triangular series against Pakistan. He made, I think, 65 or something like that. Rishad is coming in, leg spin for Bangladesh. And the first delivery is a single too long on from Nizakat. That brings Zishan back onto strike. He is on 5 of 16, while at the other end, Nizakat is on 5 of 5. In comes Rishad again, right arm over the wicket. This time it is played out into the offside again by Zishan, and it is a dot ball. There is no run as Zishan is coming in again. Reverse sweep this time from Zishan, and there is a fielder, but he has to come around from deep backward point outside of the ring, and that is another single. Nizakat back on strike. Rishad with figures of none for 2. One of the bowlers from Hong Kong is also delightful because his run-up, he will bowl, and his run-up is amazing, and I will tell you all about it when it comes Hong Kong's time to bowl. But another dot ball as Rishad stops a push towards mid-on by Nizakat. Next one is played out towards mid-wicket. There is a single taken by Hong Kong. 37 for 2 after 6.2 overs. The current run rate is 5.41. Zishan on 6 of 18. Nizakat on 6 of 7. Speeds this over around the middle of 80, middle 80s kilometers by Rishad. Hong Kong's projected score at this rate is 108, which sounds subpar, but I think this Bangladeshi batting lineup isn't of the same caliber as the Afghan one was on Tuesday. Anyway, there are there are quite a few Bangladeshi fans in the stands after there not being that many fans for the opening match. Only some Afghan fans were present there. Mahedi is back for the 8th over. Liton Das is directing his fielders as Nizakat is surveying the field that has been set for him by Mahedi. So, relatively spin-heavy attack thus far from Bangladesh. Flick of the pads from Nizakat as Mahedi bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-hander. And there is another single, 38 for 2. Zishan is back on strike. Also a right-hander. There is... Oh, what is happening? He is trying to play the ball. It loops up. Oh, he hits it with the shoulder of his bat. It loops up a very, very short way, then trickles down into his pads. He loses sight of it. It's a bit like, who's it? Grizzled old Naldog, Australian wicketkeeper, during the 2013 Ashes, I think. Brad Haddon, who lost sight of the ball. It lodged in his pads, and he was running. Oh, it was 2009. where he lost the ball in his pads, and he was then running away from the England fielders who were running after him. Three buys from 3 wides from the next delivery, as it is down the leg side, missing the keeper as well. So 42.2 after 7.3 overs have been bowled for Hong Kong on the board. Nizakat is back on strike. Mahedi is the bowler. He has figures of none for 6. The current run rate is 5.6. In comes Mahedi. Right arm over the wicket and played out towards mid-on by Nizakat, and they take another single. 43 for 2. Mahedi none for 7. Now he's facing Zishan. In he comes, and this one is pulled, and there is a fielder coming in at deep backward square leg, and he fields it. Another single for Hong Kong. 44.2. Almost a Rohit Sharma like back foot pull with the front foot in the air with the upper thigh at an almost 90-degree angle and slightly swiveling. In comes Mahedi again, right arm over the wicket, flicked off his pads. The bowler runs after it, and it is then in the end fielded at mid-on. There is another single. And that should be the end of the over, because there is a Downton Abbey advertisement. Anyway, end of the 8th over, Hong Kong 45 for 2. Let's see. Nathan is in the chat now. Bangladesh would have liked to take one more wicket during the power play, but Hong Kong look on track to give themselves a score that is possible to defend. Yes, I think so as well. As you know, rule of thumb is double the score after 12 overs in a T20 international, or in a T20 at least. And this is 8 overs gone, and Hong Kong have only lost 2 wickets. So if they can make it to the 11th, they can then play a bit more freely, maybe. And also their captain is coming in at number 6, number 5, number 6, somewhere around that. He was the second best batsman in the first match. So yeah, they bat relatively low down the order. Rishad Hossain is into the attack for the 9th over. And he is taken for a 6 as Zishan is down the track in a flash, swings through the line, plays it over long off, and that is 6 runs for him. Yes, he is really, really good on his feet. Good footwork from some of the top order from Hong Kong. Negating the leg spin here. Rishad Hossain is coming in again. Dot ball of the third delivery. Hong Kong 52 for 2 after 8.3 overs. The run rate is over 6. In comes Rishad Hossain again, and this one is smacked through mid-wicket by Zishan. Good pull shot, slog pull basically. And he finds the gap in the leg side field, and there is another boundary, 4 runs to him. He comes forward just a bit, then rocks back marginally and absolutely muscles him between deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. There is a gap of around 50 meters there in the Bangladeshi field setting, which is almost careless, one would say. Next one is played towards mid-on. There is a bit of a tangle between the non-striker and the bowler. In the end, they run through for a single. 57 for 2 after 8.5 overs. And Richard has conceded 15 runs with one more delivery left in his second over. In he comes again. This one is driven out relatively straight but fielded by mid-off. And there is a single, 58 for 2 after 9. Current run rate 6.44. Zishan is suddenly on a 19, Nizakat on 11 of 12. Mustafizur Rahman seems to be the chosen man to bowl the last over before drinks for Bangladesh. Current run rate, as I said, 6.44. Nizakat is on strike. There are some support staff from Hong Kong on the field, but I think it's just about a change of gloves, which strikes me as relatively odd because there will be a drinks break after this over. Oh well, seems to have been really, really urgent. And I won't say any bad thing about wasting time in this case because that's probably not what they were going for. 58 for 2 after 9. Not bad. Hong Kong are going along relatively nicely here. During the drinks break, I will look up the scorecard for the last match. And tell you, Mortaza is the captain. He made a in the context of the innings in that first match. He made a decent score in the context of that innings. Don't know what's going on. There are players laying belly down on the field. Taskin Ahmed is in conversation with Liton Das behind the stumps. The Hong Kong batsmen are having a bit of a conference in the middle of the pitch. Mustafizur Rahman is frantically rearranging his field. He seems very, very animated. Everyone has to move for him. Don't know what that is all about. He seems to be quite happy now. He seems to get ready to start his second over. His first over has gone for 3. Very economical, the fizz. Are we ready, Mr. Mustafizur Rahman? Nizakat is on strike and yes, looks like the fizz is on the top of his mark. In he comes now, bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Nizakat, who steps back, gives himself room, tries to smash him over cover with a cross bat, misses it, and is very, very lucky that he doesn't get a top edge on that because Liton Das is absolutely on that, jumping up, taking the catch. Any feather of a top edge and Nizakat would have been gone. 5 balls till drinks. In comes Mustafizur Rahman again. Left arm over the wicket. Looking to play him out to the cover fielder, but Mustafizur Rahman beats his outside edge as he angles it across him. Liton Das is now standing very, very wide outside the off stump for the right-handers when Mustafizur Rahman is angling it across them. He almost stands where a first slip would stand in a T20. In comes Mustafizur Rahman again. This one shorter, attempted pull shot, and Nizakat misses it, and it seems to hit him on the upper thigh or the hip. There is no run. The Fizz is showing great variation in his pace. The speeds in this over have been around 130 kilometers, then 15 kilometer drop slower ball, and the last one around 130 again. So slower ball from the Fizz. That's a difference of 15 kilometers per hour. That's quite good. Swivel pull from Nizakat, and he mistimes it, gets a top edge. He was looking to play that into the leg side, gets a top edge, and it falls backward of square, or backward of point in the offside. It falls safe. The fielder from deep third man and another one coming from backward point, running towards it, falls between them, safe, and that is a single. Mustafizu is coming in again, left arm over the wicket, and this time Zishan steps a full step back towards leg to give himself a better angle, and he pulls that one to the boundary behind square leg or around square leg, and that is 4. Yeah, that's a bit behind square leg. 4 runs, 63 for 2 after 9.5 overs. One more delivery to come. The Fizz left arm over the wicket. Another swivel pull from Zishan, but this time the fielder at deep fine leg has his number. He stops the ball, or is a bit more attentive. Let's say it that way. He's not surprised by the swivel pull this time, can stop the boundary, and that is drinks, and apparently that is also snacks, because there is a Bangladesh player who is bringing out some watermelons and other snacks. Some of them look like baked goods. Let's have a quick look at social media. Otherwise, I will take a very, very short drinks break, and I will be with you again in just a few moments. So, thank you again, and see you very shortly. And we are back. So go away. Okay, here we are. Yeah, that one of the support staff from Bangladesh looked like he was coming on the field with what looked from a bit afar looked like Greg's sausage rolls or something like that. Anyway, halfway through their innings, Hong Kong are 64 for 2. The current run rate is 6.4. Mahedi is continuing. He has figures of none for 9 from 2 overs. Zishan has brought up his 24. I think with that last. Yeah, he has brought up his 20 with. I think that last one was a. Was it a 4? Yes, must have been a 4. And then he played a single to end the over. And he is farming the strike at the moment. 24 from 28, which is pretty good considering he was, I think, 1 of 8 or 2 of 8 at one point during his innings. Mahedi is coming in and Zishan dances down the pitch, picks up the pitch of the ball and slogs him towards cow corner, where the fielder from deep mid wicket is doing his best, running after the ball, but he can't win that race as it trickles into the boundary. 4 runs for Hong Kong, a 28 for Zishan. And let's have a look. In comes Mahedi again. That looks like an attempt at a sweep shot. Maybe it's a top edge. If it isn't, no, umpire doesn't seem to signal by as it loops behind square on the leg side, and the fielder from deep fine leg has to run in, stop it, but he can't prevent the single for Hong Kong. 69, nice for 2. Mahedi comes in again, and this time Nizakat is playing that one out to mid-wicket. There is no run as there's a fielder there. Current run rate 6.57. Next one again, played to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run, even though Nizakat is halfway down the pitch, has to run around as Zishan is sending him back. It remains 69 for 2. We have cover, short third on the offside. And muscled towards long on by Nizakat with a horizontal bat. That brings Hong Kong another single, and 70 is up for Hong Kong. Zishan now on strike, right-hander. In comes Mahedi, right arm over the wicket, and this one is guided towards backward point, and the Hong Kong batsmen rotate the strike once again. That's another thing that they do much better than they did during the Afghanistan match. They keep the dot balls a lot lower than during the Afghanistan match. I will have a look at the scorecard. Let's see if I can see how many dots. Yeah, there is 17 between those two bowlers that are currently on. But yeah, let's have a look at Winwiz. Yeah, the Bangladeshis were favorites to begin with. No wonder there. They increased their win probability consistently, but now it is looking like Hong Kong can wrest some win probability back. Tanzim is continuing. First one to Zishan is a bouncer. Looks a bit like a bouncer down the leg side, I would say. He ducks under it. There is an argument there for that to be given as a wide, but it isn't, I think. No, it's a dot ball, as we see highlights of Zishan Ali's 30 not out. In comes Tanzim, and Zishan plays it out to point. There is no run. We are seeing his scoring wagon wheel, basically. 23% towards the offside, but he prefers the leg side. And when I say 23% to the offside, that's only in the V on the offside. Another aerial shot, and this time he finds Mustafizur Rahman at mid-on. He was looking to play it with a pull shot over mid-wicket, but the bat rotated in his hand. It went high up in the air, and Mustafizur Rahman is there. The moment Zishan makes contact with the bat, he knows he doesn't have the distance. Mustafizur takes a diving catch at mid-on, and that is it. 30 and out for Zishan. Hong Kong, though, 71 for 3 after 11.3 overs. And well, if the old rule of thumb holds true and Hong Kong make 140 from here, we might actually have a game on our hands. The Bangladeshi batting is much weaker than the Afghan batting. They don't have anyone like Gulbadin Naib, Asmatullah Omar Tsai, and Sadiqullah Atal, who made a 73 not out from number 1 during Afghanistan's first match against Hong Kong. And yeah, that was quite interesting during the Afghanistan match, because they didn't even see the need to promote the captain Rashid Khan over Karim Janat at the end of the innings, when they were absolutely and obviously trying to make to stretch their innings, to wring a few more innings or milk a few more runs from the Hong Kong bowlers. So Afghanistan didn't even use all their resources. As Tanzim continues, he's bowled a wicket maiden. No, he has not yet bowled a wicket maiden. He has, though, not conceded a run this over. As we're seeing a graphic, and Mustafizur Rahman was stationed at mid-wicket, but he took the catch at mid-on, so he ran 22 meters to make that catch, as Mortaza is looking to play the final delivery of Mustafizur Rahman's third over into the offside, the left-hander, towards point, where you can only find the fielder and there is no run. So, not Mustafizur Rahman, Tanzim, third over. And that means that Tanzim has bowled a wicket maiden in a T20 international in the 12th over. Rishad returns. So, Rishad Hussain, time for some more leg breaks. Reminder, if you are listening to this, don't forget to like the video. That's really, really helpful for a small channel like mine. I will, of course, be covering some of the Asia Cup matches, not all of them. But if you don't want to miss any of that, subscribe to the channel. That really, really helps me out. I recently had my 100th subscriber, and I will, as promised, release a celebration video of that. First of the celebrations will absolutely be my rendition of a Jadoo sword celebration, Ravindra Jadeja sword celebration for his 50s and 100s with my cricket bat. Give me a bit of time. That's not that easy to do, actually. Anyway. Big appeal on the second delivery of Rishad's second. Big appeal on Rishad's second delivery of his third over. No one is interested in it. And Hong Kong 73 for 3, as we are seeing that there have been 11 extras this innings. That absolutely helps Hong Kong, obviously. That was a very, very interesting shot from Mortaza as Rishad comes in, and Mortaza basically rolls his wrists over one that goes back towards the bowler into the V. They take a single, 74 for 3. And that means Murtaza is back on strike, the left-hander. So, change of angle. And Rishad comes in right arm around the wicket to the left-hander for the first time. And Murtaza finds the boundary as he comes down the pitch and plays him over long on for 4 runs. And Rishad is another one of those delightful spinners who, depending on what kind of batsman he is facing, has a run-up that dissects the non-striker stumps and the umpire. And in this case, because he's a right arm left spinner, he is starting behind the left shoulder of the non-striker's umpire, and runs between the umpire and the stumps, then turns sharply at the bowling crease and delivers the ball. There was a potential for a caught and bowled, but he can't hold on to one that is relatively high, and it touches his fingertips, rolls behind him, and that brings another single for Hong Kong. And the next one is an appeal, this time for LBW. It is not given though. And that is because that might actually be doing too much, and no umpire is interested in that. And that means the 13th over comes to an end. Hong Kong 78 for 3. The run rate is 6. Mortaza on 4. Nizakat on 15. Tanzim is back and Nizakat is on strike. Steps back towards leg as Tanzim comes in right arm over the wicket. Bounces him. Looks to play an uppercut, but the bat is too low. And there is no run. As we are now seeing replays, that one almost had me tonied because Tanzim was the one who took the wicket bowled. In he comes again. Nizakat steps back and clobbers it to cover. There is a single taken. 79 for 3, 13.2 overs gone. It looked like the next delivery from Tanzim, and it looked like he had Nizakat out bowled, but no, don't worry, Hong Kong fans. That was just a replay. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mortaza, who now steps back and cuts him, and he dissects the field on the offside. Another single for... No, that's 2, actually. They run a quick 2. Does anyone else here remember the nice little inset box on the screen if the cameraman is, when the camera is following the ball and focusing on the fielders, and the batsmen running are off screen, so you can see if they run 1 or 2 or even 3. One of the Bangladesh fielders seems to have hurt his hand during that kerfuffle, as 2 or 3 Bangladesh players are looking to stop that ball, falling over themselves. Oh yeah, that looks to be Who is that at forward point? He is hit on the base of the thumb, it seems, by that ball. He is now gone off. It's Amon. He seems to have hurt his right hand. There is cooling spray applied in the dugout now by the physio. Hong Kong 81-3. In comes Tanzim, swivel pull from Murtaza, and this one is gone. At deep square leg, 6 runs for Hong Kong's effort here. That's the third 6 of the innings. 87 for 3, 13.4 overs gone. Run rate 6.37. That's not bad by Hong Kong. That's really, really not bad. Especially when I look at the first match. Let me have a look at the scorecard of the first match. They made 94 overall in that match. Afghanistan set them a target of 189, and Hong Kong made 94 for the loss of 9 wickets. They were almost all out. And looking at the scorecard, Baba Hayat made 39, and Captain Yasim Murtaza was the only other batsman who was able to get to double digits. He made 16. Everyone else was in single digits, and the third highest scorer of the innings was extras with 10. By Nizakat, they take another single, so he hogs the strike. 14 overs gone. Hong Kong 89 for 3. Let's have a look at social media. Reminder, if you are listening to this, please write in the chat. It's always fun to chat with people about the cricket or anything they might like besides the cricket. Yeah. Tomorrow I won't stream because tomorrow is Gorilla Cricket Day. The second T20 International of England versus South Africa, and I don't want to cannibalize the audience, basically. I might actually make one exception for that on Sunday, because that's Pakistan versus India, and you don't cover the Asia Cup and then say, no, I can't do India versus Pakistan. I'm sorry. Very, very sorry about that, Hendo, Bear, Tony, and anyone else. Anyway, we have Mahedi back, so another over of leg spin. He is going to bowl out as well, because that will be his 4th over as well. Hong Kong start with 2 singles. In comes Mahedi, right arm over the wicket, and this one is slapped to long off, where it is fielded by Tanzim. Tamim? No, Tanzim. Tamim Iqbal isn't in the team. Who stops it just inside the boundary. Has to stop it, takes his hand off the ball, crashes into the advertising boarding. That's a boundary. The replay shows that the ball trickles into his right foot while his left knee is in contact with the advertising, I would think. It looks a lot like it. The ball seems to change directions near his foot while his near his right foot, while his left knee is in contact with the boundary, I would say. Let's have a look. Is it upgraded to a 4? They are rocking and rolling the replay. They are rocking and rolling. There is no doubt about. Yeah, that has to be a 4. The ball changes direction when it hits his toe. It's not given as a 4. It's given as run safe. That is a very, very bad decision. Shocker. Second shocker decision against Hong Kong in this tournament. In comes Mahedi, and Nizakat tries a lofted on drive, but is stopped at long on by the fielder that's stationed at the boundary there. And they can only take a single. Hridoy seems to be the fielder down there at long on. In comes Mahedi, right arm over the wicket and slogged over cow corner by Murtaza. This one is gone for 6. Very, very good shot by Murtaza. That brings up 100 for Hong Kong. 1 delivery left in the 15th over. So they still have 5 overs to go. And ESPN Cricinfo is predicting a score of 148 as Hong Kong end the 15th over with another single. So 101 for 3 after 15. The run rate 6.73. And if they do get to the 148 that ESPN Cricinfo predicts, this is going to be a match, ladies and gentlemen, and the Technicolor rainbow in between and beyond that. This is going to be a match if Hong Kong can make it 150 or thereabouts. Murtaza is on strike. He is on 21 of 13. Nizakat is on 21 as well. He took 27 deliveries for it though. And Mustafizur Rahman is brought back into the attack. No doubt he will bowl the 16th and the 19th, I think. In he comes, left arm over the wicket, and there is a single, 102 for 3. As we are seeing the skyline graph. Very, very inconsistent scoring by Hong Kong. If they score big, they actually score big in this match. But there is also a wicket maiden in that. In comes Mustafizur Rahman, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Nizakat, and he powers it over the offside. 2 fielders running after it, but it falls safe again. But again, the Hong Kong batsman does not have the power to get it to the boundary, plays it too high, one would say. It falls too steeply. There is not enough momentum on the ball on the x-axis, if you want to say, or on the length axis, and it falls safely, and from there it bounces once or twice for maybe half a meter, and that is that. Outfield seems to be relatively slow as well. Anyway, we have another couple of runs of the second delivery. This Hong Kong this Hong Kong scorecard looks a lot better than the one in the last match, because all batsmen thus far have made double figures, except for one of the openers, the luckless Rad, who was out in the first match due to a very questionable decision, or quite frankly, a wrong decision, or misjudgment on the umpire's part, and he was out cheaply in this match as well. Let me have a look at the scorecard. I think it was Rad. Yes, Rad is the only one who made single figure scores. So yeah, not his best tournament, the best tournament of his career thus far. Mortaza on strike again after another single. Hong Kong 106 for 3, and he cuts the fizz, and there is another single. Or is there? No, there's a couple actually. Sometimes they show if they run a single or a double, but this time they didn't. Mustafizur left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Nizakat. That one is a bouncer, and he is warned accordingly by the on-field umpire, as Nizakat is missing his hook shot. Yeah, but that arrives at Nizakat's end at shoulder height. Alright, in comes Mustafizur Rahman, final delivery of his over, and Nizakat steps back, tries to make room for a mighty uppercut, misses it, and that is another dot ball. Hong Kong 107 for 3, the run rate 6.69. So, yeah, encouraging signs for Hong Kong, that. If they keep this up, the projected score has shrunk a bit. Oh no, that is just the projected score based on the run rate alone. I think in the algorithm for on Cricinfo there are that's not a pure projection based on current run rate if they keep that up, but there is some algorithm in there that factors into the projected score the number of wickets in hand and what acceleration is possible based on the wickets still in hand at the death or during the death overs. Taskin is coming back for his third. He bowls right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mortaza, who plays it, who basically bashes the ball back towards Taskin, and they can only take another single. 108 for 3. Yeah, I think the Cricinfo thingy has an algorithm that takes that into account, while the projected scores on the screen from the broadcaster do not take match data into account. Right arm over the wicket, cheeky guide to very fine third man, and there is no protection in the deep for Taskin Ahmed, and it runs away to the boundary for 4 runs, 112 for 3, 16.2 overs gone. Yeah, that was a very, very cheeky, very late cut. He's very, very lucky that he doesn't get get an inside edge on that one. Gets it with the toe of his bat, and that means it runs very, very fine towards the boundary. There's no protection behind the keeper. Nizakat stepping back again towards the next delivery by Tuskin, still right arm over the wicket, and he muscles it towards long on. There is a single again. The partnership between Mortaza and Nizakat is now also the highest in this Hong Kong innings. It is worth 42 runs of 31 deliveries. Hong Kong 113 for 3. Mortaza on strike. Tuskin remains right arm over the wicket, full toss, and Mortaza can't believe that he can't take advantage of that one. It's a drive straight towards mid-off, and there is no run. Tuskin now with figures of 1 for 25 after 2.4 of his 4-over contingent has been bowled, or his 4-over allowance. In comes Tuskin Ahmed again towards Mortaza, pull shot, and the fielder can't do much about that. He's coming around from deep mid-wicket. It bounces about a meter in front of him, then crosses the boundary. That's another 4 runs for Hong Kong. That's should be 117 for 3. Yeah, no chance for Ali there. He does his best, stretches, falls over, trying to stop that boundary, save maybe 2 runs. But he's unsuccessful. Final delivery of Tuskin's 3rd over. Short ball, attempted cut shot, and there is a discussion about whether there is a top edge to that from Mortaza. And I think the timer has ticked down. Yes, it seems so. Liton Das is jogging over to the other end, the keeper, and no one asked for the review. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media and live chat on YouTube. Remember, if you are listening to this, feel free to use the YouTube live chat. Yeah, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you don't want to miss any more Asia Cup coverage on this channel. I won't be covering everything because I'm not doing live streams on days when Gorilla Cricket is also streaming, stuff like that. Maybe an exception on Sunday because it's India versus Pakistan and I can't really miss that. Mustafizur, not what is going on here. Mustafizur is back. He's not back for the 19th. He's back for the 18th, and there is a run out, and I can't see what has gone wrong there because, well, now we are seeing the replay. Well, Nizakat, I think, is the man who has to go because Mortaza pulled the fizz towards mid-wicket. No, it's Yassim Mortaza is going. Let me have a look. What is going on? Okay, yeah. Okay, Mustafizur is bowling to Nizakat, who pulls him towards mid-on. There is a bit of yes-knowing between the batsmen, and Mortaza is way too far outside his out of his crease when the fielder Rashid Hussain is picking up the ball and throwing back towards the non-striker's end, where takes it and whips off the bails. He is over halfway down the pitch at that point. And he's not even in the shot when we see that Mustafizo is breaking the stumps. So he has to go. He is gone for 28 of 100 of 20 for 28 of 19 deliveries. So that's a strike rate of 147. Hong Kong 117 for 4. That was a bit against the run of play that run out. And it brings out Aizaz Khan for Hong Kong at number 6. Current run rate is 6.81, 117 for 4. And he is off the mark with a single of Mustafizo Rahman, 119 for 4 now. Now we are seeing another replay of the wicket. Nizakat plays it straight to mid-off, and mid-off makes no mistake. Rashid throws it to Mustafizo, and Mustafizo whips off the bails, and there is slow-mo of the Hong Kong dugout. People having hands on heads, can't believe what they have done there. Nizakat is off the strike again with another single. 120 is up for Hong Kong. Aizaz is on strike. Mustafizo still has 2 deliveries left in his workload of the evening. We have deep square leg, we have cow corner, we have long on, we have third man, backward point, cover, and mid off. But he just dribbles another single down towards backward square leg. 121 for 4. Thirteen extras are in that total of 121 that Hong Kong made thus far. The current run rate is 6.79. Mustafizo rearranging his complete field once again for his final delivery of the night. Amon is looking a bit confused, I have to say, as Nizakat is making himself room as as Mustafizo is coming in left arm over the wicket, and this is a kind of a ramp. He just sticks out his angled bat to the offside, and it flies away over the third man boundary. That's a pretty cheeky shot again from a Hong Kong batsman, and brings up 125 for 4 after 18 overs. 2 more to go. The current run rate is 6.94. Nizakat Khan is on 35 of 37 deliveries, and Aizaz Khan is on 2 of 2. Hong Kong 125 for 4. Mustafizo Rahman ends his day without any wickets, and he has conceded 23 runs. Let's have a look at social media. I think there's nothing new here at the moment. Yeah. Anyway, 2 more overs to go, and it is Rishad Hussain. So some more leg break bowling from Bangladesh. And it is Aizaz who is on strike, and he clips him into the leg side fielded at mid-wicket, but not before the Hong Kong batsman can take another single. Nizakat on strike, 35 of 37. Can he become the highest scorer for Hong Kong in this tournament? He is on the best way. This is the best way to do so, as he deposits a loosener from Richard over long off for 6 runs. Steps back, almost a flamingo shot. All that is left for Hossain is to look after the ball, raise his hand and scream for any Bangladesh fielders in the vicinity of the expected trajectory to catch it, which is, pointless, to be quite frank. Another single of the third delivery, 133 for 4 now. Yeah, that was a pretty good shot, pretty powerful shot. I think a lot of the Hong Kong batsmen have been overestimating the pace of the pitch. I think that is one of the reasons for not finding the boundaries and playing it very, very high, over looping shots over the infield. Because case in point, Aziz does again. It's going high into the air, but it falls between the inner cordon and the fielder running in from the outfield. Another single that brings Nizakat back onto strike, and this time is one too many. This is a shot too far. He is out. He holds out for 42 of 40, and he has to go. He is out. Caught Tanzit Hassan, bowled Rishad Hossain, 42, strike rate of 104. Nizakat Khan, Hong Kong's highest scorer in this match so far. Don't expect too many more runs in the remaining 7 deliveries. I have to be honest with you all. But 134, that's pretty respectable. The run rate is over 7 for the innings thus far, 7.11. And I think, yes, any score of 140 plus will guarantee a game here. And not a thrashing, I think. Oh, what's going on? We have a review. Can't tell you what happened, because the delivery was actually cut off by an advertisement. Okay, here comes the replay. We have a review for LBW as Kinchi Shah, who is the new batsman in, is trying a pull shot on one knee down, and he misses it and is hit in the gut. He seems to have been given out on the field, but Hong Kong have used their review. Yeah, that's pretty good from the director here. I didn't see the original delivery. We're coming back from commercial, and there is a review, and that one is in vain because it is pitching in line, impact is in line, and it is hitting the wickets. So that means too bad for Rishad Hossain, because he is done for the day, but he has taken 2 in 2 with his final 2 deliveries of the evening. Hong Kong 134 for 6 after 19 overs. Current run rate is 7.05. Kinshid, the last batsman to go, he makes a golden duck. But of course that's okay for from a Hong Kong perspective, because during the last match, one of their batsmen made a platinum duck or a diamond duck, whatever you want to call it, run out without a ball faced. Isas is on strike and he runs a couple into the leg side, as we are seeing replays of the ball tracking that got Kinchi, the wasted review from Hong Kong. So 136 for 6 after one delivery bowled in the final over. Taskin Ahmed is bowling it. He has figures of 1 for 31 thus far. And in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and a skyer from Isas. He holds out to deep square leg, and that is another wicket. And Hong Kong have lost 3 wickets in 4 deliveries. They are now 136 for 7. Isas Khan has to go. He's caught. Jakar Ali bowled Taskin Ahmed for 5. Strike rate of 83.33. Yeah, but I mean, what can you do in that situation? You have 136 runs on the board. You have 4 wickets in hand. There are now just 4 deliveries left in the innings. You need to slog, right? What do you think? Tell me in the chat. Yeah, and Nathan saying, yeah, good to see we're going to get to see a full match today. Yeah, absolutely. And we're not going to see a full match in the Hong Kong versus Afghanistan sense, where Afghanistan chose to bat first. Made 188, but were then unable to get Hong Kong out, despite it being clear relatively early that Hong Kong would never make the target of 198 that Afghanistan set them. So yeah, my prediction is we're not only going to see a full match, we are also seeing a competitive full match, and that is what you don't want to see, as Taskin Ahmed, who is bowling the final and 20th and final over of this innings, he has overstepped, and it's a marginal call again, because I'm not sure that is a no ball, but it means Chalu, who is the next batsman, it has now got a free hit. He is trying to play a lap scoop, but that goes somewhere where he's not aware of. He's trying to play a lap scoop, but it ends up at third man somehow. He doesn't know how it got there. We really don't know how it got there, but it brings them a single. 139 for 7. We have mid-off, cover, backward point, short fine leg. Taskin is coming in, right arm over the wicket. It's looking like a full toss and clobbered back towards the bowler. Taskin gets the tips of his fingers to it, but can't hold on. The fielder is coming in from long on, and that is another single for Hong Kong, and they have brought up 140. 2 more balls in the innings left, and if they are now going for it. They might actually get 100 and something like 145 or something like that. Any run here will make it more interesting for both Hong Kong and the viewers. Pulled into the leg side, but that is just a single. No, it's a double. They have run 2, apparently. I don't know where you're watching this, but I'm pretty sure that the picture direction and the director and all the graphics and everything is done centrally, as is the commentary for the TV feed and stuff like that. And sometimes they show how many runs they made before the score is updated. Most of the time they don't, and about 5 seconds, 10 seconds later, the score is updated and you see, okay, they've taken a single, okay, they've taken a couple. It's a bit frustrating. This time it is just a single, so the end of the innings sees Hong Kong on 143.47. That's a current run rate of 7.15. So Bangladesh will be required to score at over 7 and over to chase down 144. ESPN Cricinfo has them at 74% favorites, but I'm not actually sure I would sign that off. I would sign off on 75% or 74%. Really, because I'm pretty sure that the ESPN Cricinfo win probability also incorporates an ELO engine. Because Bangladesh started out as favorites in this match, which is okay, which is true. But I don't pretend to know what the algorithm behind that is, and all of the ESPN affiliated sites, be they about cricket, baseball, and American football or stuff like that. The mathematical analysis tools or statistical analysis tools they develop, they are all proprietary. So it's numbers that don't mean anything, basically. Yeah, they had smart stats for a while, which made no sense because no one told you what those numbers actually mean. But let's have a look at the scorecard for just a second. Okay, Bangladesh won the toss and chose to field. Hong Kong then had, this time they had four players scoring double digits. Zishan Ali from the top making 30 as an opener. Raad was again unlucky. This time it wasn't a controversial decision, but he had to go for 4. Baba Hayat, the highest scorer of the last match, made 14. This time Nizakat Khan was the highest scorer for Hong Kong. He made 42. Yasser Murtaza, the captain, again, pretty respectable innings, 28. Not that much to write home about from lower down the order, but 14 extras mean they reached 143.47. The bowling card of Bangladesh. We have 5 bowlers used. Two of them were unlucky, Mehdi Hassan and Mustafizur Rahman, wicketless in this match, while Taskin Ahmed, Tanzim Hassan Shakib and Rishad Hussain both took 2. Pick of the bowlers amongst those 3, I would say, was Tanzim Hassan Saqib, Hansim Hassan Saqib, because he took 2 wickets, he bowled 4 overs, and he conceded only 5.25, while the next best bowler conceded 2.5 more runs per over, and Taskin Ahmed was the most expensive of the wicket takers, taking his wickets while conceding 9.5 runs an over. So let's have a look at any social media. And yeah, Nathan is saying, must take the risk with wickets in hand in the death overs. Yeah, that was probably not how they envisioned the death overs to go, but well, after that Afghanistan match, 143, setting Bangladesh 144 as a target. That's pretty good. I think. If their bowlers can match what their batsmen did with the bat, then it's not a walk in the park for Bangladesh. They couldn't bully the Hong Kong batsmen as much as the Afghan bowlers could. And runs on the board, as everyone always says, runs on the board are runs on the board, and Bangladesh are now under the scoreboard pressure. And I think if Hong Kong can keep them to a relatively low run rate during the power play, some of them might actually get nervous. So thank you everyone for listening. I will take a short break during the innings break, and I will be back with you for the chase in about 10-15 minutes. Okay. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. And we are back for the third match of the Asia Cup 2024 between Bangladesh and Hong Kong. And the target for Bangladesh is 144 after a much better betting display by Hong Kong than in their first match against Afghanistan, where they couldn't make triple figures. It may not look like all that much, but the pitches in Abu Dhabi or in the United Arab Emirates have produced relatively low scoring matches during the triangular series between the UAE, Afghanistan and Pakistan that preceded this Asia Cup 2025. That was the warm-up for Afghanistan, Pakistan and the UAE, obviously. There were two high-scoring matches all set in the tournament, if I remember correctly. One was a defeat of Pakistan by Afghanistan, and the other one was the final match of the group stage when the United Arab Emirates actually ran the Afghans pretty close. Afghanistan won by, I think, 5 runs or something like that in the end, with single figures. And the United Arab Emirates were in that match up until the very last over, basically up until the last 3 deliveries of the match. As we are now seeing the opening batsman for Bangladesh getting ready for the chase, Ayush Shukla is taking the new ball, or is opening the bowling for Hong Kong. He was a tad expensive in the first match. He took 2 of the Afghan wickets to fall, but he paid dearly for it. Came away with a bit of a bloody nose, one would say. Buying wickets always the worst option for a bowler in a T20, I would say. But here we go. The chase is underway as Shukla is coming in right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. That is Amon. First delivery is a dot ball, and Bangladesh remain on 0 without loss as Amon is blocking that first delivery back towards the bowler. He makes a tentative 2 steps down the pitch and then sends his batting partner back with a Steve Smith-esque "No!" and an outstretched bat. In comes Shukla again to Amon, who drives that to the cover boundary, and there is no protection in the deep for Shukla there, and Bangladesh are off the mark with the boundary by Amon for without loss after 0.2 overs. Yeah, that's a pretty sweet square drive, and goes maybe more towards extra cover than cover. But anyway, Bangladesh are off the mark inside edge of the next delivery that misses the stumps by a cat's whisker. It also evades the keeper, Zeshan Ali, and that runs away to the boundary at very fine leg for another 4 runs. Oh dear. That's not a bad delivery, and Amon is very fortunate there that it doesn't take out the top of his off stump. In comes Shukla again, right arm over the wicket, clipped into the leg side. The fielder coming around from short fine leg, and there is another single in it for the Bangladeshis. 9 without loss now. First single of the innings. That means Tanzit is now on strike. let's see what Hong Kong can do here. Their bowling definitely the strongest suit in their opening match of the tournament against Afghanistan. So they either need to build pressure on the Bangladeshi batsmen in these early overs, restrict them to a low power play score, or take some quick wickets, put them under pressure that way. Ideally both, obviously. Tanzit starts with a dot ball. Second dot of the innings thus far. Bangladesh remain on 9 without loss. Reminder that the required run rate for the innings is somewhere around 7.15 or thereabouts. We have short third, backward point, cover, and mid off. In comes Ayush again. This one is played to mid on, and there is a direct hit. There's a direct hit at the non-striker's end. Did the non-striker back off? I couldn't tell you because there is an ad break. And no, I don't think there is. I don't think there is a run out. That would have been something to end the first over on, a run out of Amon. Anyway, after 1 over, Bangladesh are 9 without loss, and Iqbal is opening the bowling from the other end. Atik Iqbal, 38 matches, 28 wickets, average of 23.04. In he comes. He bowls right arm over the wicket to the left-hander Amon, and he plays that out to mid-off. There is no run. Target is 144. I remind everyone. May I remind everyone? The dot ball percentage for Hong Kong has been much better than during the last match against Afghanistan, where there were a lot of dot balls. This time they have been pretty good, and I see that I have Nathan back in the call after during the first innings there was some technical problems after about. I can still hear him. I still can't hear you. Just a second. Is it because that is? Can you say something? Why? I see the green ring around your user icon and around. Yeah. I see that you are saying something. I'm sorry, everyone, but I don't know what is going on again. There seems to be some microphone input from Nathan, who was going to join me, but for some reason I can't hear any sound. There is voice and video settings for this channel. Standard video voice. I can only do my my input and output options here, and it worked in the beginning, and I don't know what's going on. Anyway, for everyone listening, only 4 runs came off Iqbal's first over, the second in the chase, and Bangladesh are 13 without loss, still ahead of the required run rate, but not as much as they would have hoped after scoring 9 runs in the first over. Yeah, I think I'm sorry, Nathan. That is very, very unfortunate. But somehow the technical infrastructure seems to be against it at the moment. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I'm sorry. We will try this again, and we will try it off air first, and then we can work out all the kinks. I'm sorry, everyone. Anyway, here we go again. Ayush is back. Given his second over, the third of the chase after conceding 9 in the first. He begins with a single to Amon, and now Tanzit is back on strike. Ayush with figures of none for 10. Thus far, as we are seeing a summary of the second match that happened yesterday. The UAE were all out for 57 in 13.1 overs, and India chased it down in 4.3 overs. I think Surya Kumar Yadav was the only wicket to fall, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, second delivery of the over by Ayush is a wide. So Bangladesh, without having to do anything, 15 without loss, and now the umpire is correcting his decision, because again, this is a no ball, given as a no ball, and yeah, this is definitely, this time it's a no ball, but the playing conditions and the laws are relatively clear on when something of the foot has to be behind the line, and that is when any part of the foot makes contact with the ground. So the free hit is coming up now, and that is skied up into the air, fielded in the deep, and that free hit only brings them a single. So Bangladesh 16 without loss after 2.2 overs. So, and I think I see on the TV pictures, when any part of the foot touches the ground, there is a little bit of his shoe is behind the line, of his heel is behind the line. He then tended to slide forward a bit. I think Taskin was the one. Taskin or Tanzim was one of those. Was the one that was called for no balls twice during the bowling innings for Bangladesh, and I think both of those times it was borderline. Which, yeah, I don't know why, but the standards of umpiring have been a bit shoddy at times here in this tournament, I think, as Ayush is aborting his delivery. Is he? The ball is declared dead. Yes. What happened there? Oh, yes, okay. He almost stumbles during his delivery stride there, aborts the delivery, ball is declared dead, and he will have to bowl that again. In he comes. Right arm around the wicket, and this one is skied again, and this is 6 runs over deep fine leg from Amon. That is the first 6 of the innings. Bangladesh 24 without loss after 2.4 overs. Yeah. 62 meters the 6 distance. So one of the shorter sixes I've seen in this tournament, which is not really surprising if you consider the trajectory. That one is high in the air, and he is frankly lucky that it has the legs on it, that it can reach or cross the boundary, clear the boundary. Next one, Amon doesn't get a hold of it. It dribbles out into the offside just in front of him. Keeper is coming from behind the stumps, rips his right glove off and picks up the ball, but Amon is back in his crease by that time. No chance of a run out there. As we are seeing replays of Ayer's aborted delivery. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed airman, and that one doesn't have the legs on it. It is again a skyer from Amon, and this one finds the fielder at a long on, and he has to go. The first Bangladeshi wicket has fallen. He goes for 19 of 13, and he is out caught. He is out caught by Baba Hayat, and bowled by Shukla for 19 with a strike rate of 135. And this is the final delivery of the third over, and Bangladesh are 24 for 1. They made 11 runs in that over, but Hong Kong took the first wicket. Bangladesh are ahead of Hong Kong on the worm graphic on ESPN Crick Info, which is the graphic where the x-axis is the overs and the y-axis is the runs. They are ahead of where Hong Kong were at this point in their innings, but they have lost their first innings earlier than Hong Kong lost theirs. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube chat. Once again, if you are listening, please do get in touch. Makes it all the more enjoyable, not only for you but also for me. I really like to chat to the listeners. Hear what you are thinking, what your predictions are, stuff like that. Short announcement. We won't be back tomorrow. We will be back on Saturday though, with Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka. As we start the next over, Iqbal is bowling his second, and his first delivery is right arm over the wicket, around the wicket, and that one finds the boundary as Tanzit cuts him for 4 runs, and I don't know why Tanzit is thus credited with 3 runs on the broadcast graphic, because he should be on 7. Anyway, let's have a look. now we see the graphic for Litan Das, 109 innings, 126 strike rate. That are the interesting parts of his career. Tanzit lofts one, and just like the Hong Kong batsman, the Bangladeshi batsmen seem to have a bit of a problem with mistiming their shots on these wickets, because he clears the infield, but the ball goes so high into the air that it basically stops after landing in the relatively slow outfield here in Abu Dhabi. And now Tanzit has 5. Someone is lying to me here. Oh, I see it. It has been converted to 4 byes now. It's not an inside edge. What I saw as an inside edge, that is converted to byes. Okay. This is really, really confusing, because replays are not marked as replays, and sometimes deliveries and umpires' decisions and stuff like that is omitted, because we have to get some advertising in. Very confusing at the moment. Anyway, one delivery in the 4th over left to go, and Bangladesh are 32 for 1. Target is 144. Tanzit is on strike. He's on 7 of 10. Iqbal coming in for the final delivery of his over. And Tanzit mistimes one off the toe of his bat. It dribbles out into the offside. It is fielded by backward point. There is no run, and Bangladesh end the 4th on 32 for 1. Still ahead of the required run rate, which is 7 right now, and Bangladesh's run rate is 8. Let's have a look. I see Nathan wrote something. I'm sure Imran would have liked to score more runs, but he didn't take too many balls to make his contribution. And hi, Rhubarb. Welcome aboard. To Nathan's point, yes, obviously he was. It's not. He didn't play a bad innings. This is a T20 international after all, and let's have a look. He made his runs quickly. He had a strike rate of 135.71. He made 19 runs. That's a perfectly fine opening innings in a T20 international. Hi Rhubarb. Welcome aboard. You're also from also another listener coming over from Gorilla Cricket. Welcome aboard. Don't forget to like and subscribe. As Ehsan gets his first over, he's bowling to Litan Das, and he's clipped into the leg side for a single. So Bangladesh move on to 33 for 1. Everyone who is listening, liking the video really helps a small channel like mine out, because on YouTube the algorithm is everything. It's the most important thing, and any interaction with any videos, be that chat messages, be that likes, something like that, all that shows the algorithm that the viewers interact with the video, and interaction means viewer retention most of the time. And if there is enough interaction, that implies retention. YouTube will recommend the videos and live streams to more people that are not subscribed, that have never seen the channel, stuff like that. Well, anyway, let's get on with the cricket. And there is a couple of runs to Tanzit of the second delivery by Ehsan. Bangladesh 35 for 1. The required rate has now dropped below 7, 6.96, and there is a cut shot out towards point by Tansit. It is stopped because there is a very, very there is a cordon of 5 fielders out in the offside for him. No run. Attempt of a hook shot from Tansit. He goes down on one knee. He gets, I think, some gloves onto it. It dribbles away to the boundary because there is no protection there at fine leg. No, that should be byes or wides. Should be wides because the umpire is also calling that a wide down the leg side. Yes, 5 wides, 40 for 1 Bangladesh now. Tansit is still on strike. In comes Ehsan, cut, and he pierces that very, very dense cordon on the offside. Cuts it between point and extra cover, I would say. Between point and backward point. Anyway, the result is another boundary. And that means Bangladesh are 44 for 1 now. Next one is driven into the onside. The outfield is not very fast, and the fielder has to come in from the boundary. Picks the ball up after it has stopped. It has died in the outfield. A single for the Bangladeshis. Another hack from Tansit. And another single. So at the end of the 5th over, Bangladesh are 46 for 1. 14 runs of the 5th over. And after the batting let Hong Kong down in the first match of the Asia Cup against Afghanistan, now it looks a bit like their bowling is letting them down after their batting has stepped up compared to the first match of their campaign in this year. Well, Iqbal is given a 3rd over. Liton Das is on strike. He is 2 of 2. Bangladesh 46 for 1. Final over of the power play. Liton Das, the captain and keeper, is surveying the field. Okay. And we have a short 3rd man. We have a short fine leg. There are 2 fielders in the mid-wicket region where Liton Das plays this first delivery. And they take a single. 47 for 1 now. There is always this graphic saying Liton Das or name of player here, and beneath that it's player spotlight, and there's no statistics on the screen. It's just a vanity shot, like a close-up of the faces or something like that. There is his career. 242 innings, strike rate of 127. That is the interesting part about Liton Das. In comes Iqbal again, and Liton Das looks to play a booming back foot drive, but this time the ball seems to keep a bit low, and he misses it. It beats his inside toe end, the inside edge of his toe end. Let's put it that way. If he had laid bat on that, he would have only gotten the toe end of it, but the bat swings too high. And next one is an aerial drive, and that is out caught at long on. Litandas going for a lofted on drive of Iqbal. And again, early in their innings, both teams, or all the players, I think they misjudged the pitch. I think it is a bit. It is a bit. I think it is a bit slower than the players expect. The pitch seems to be relatively slow. The players are through their shots too fast, because in this shot, Litandas, he middles the ball, he gets the meat of the bat on it, but by the time he hits the ball, he is too far through his swing, and he can only sky it, and there are catchers out in the deep, and that happened for the Hong Kong players as well. So Litandas has to go. The captain of Bangladesh is out. He is out. Called Nizakat Khan bowled Atiq Iqbal for 14 runs at a strike rate of 77.77, and that means that Bangladesh are 47 for 2. They are ahead of where Hong Kong were at this stage in their innings, runs-wise, but they have now lost 2 wickets at a stage where Hong Kong had only lost 1. Towit Ridoy is the next man in, and he has played 42 innings, average of 25.97, strike rate of also respectable 124.1, 350s in his career. Yeah, they I don't know. The pitches aren't that quick in the UAE, and the players misjudge it, I think. After a dot ball, Ridoy is off the mark with a boundary, as Iqbal balls him a loosener, and that is a leg glance that finds the boundary. There is a short fine leg, but Ridoy smuggles it away to his left, two short fine legs left, and finds the boundary. 51 for 2, so 50 up for Bangladesh after 6 overs. The target, I remind everyone, is 144. Let's see if anyone else is with us in the live chat. As I said, don't forget to like, subscribe, and keep on chatting. Every bit helps. I recently made it my first international century. I now have 100 subscribers, so I will release a celebration video for that, probably over the weekend. If you are new here, welcome, and don't forget to subscribe to not miss any of the Asia Cup coverage. Tomorrow I won't stream, because tomorrow there is the second T20 International that is covered by Gorilla Cricket, and Mortaza is in for his first over. So we have left arm spin for the first time. We have spin for the first time in the Bangladesh innings, and Mortaza is one of those delightful bowlers, because depending on what kind of bowler he is facing, he bisects the non-striker's umpire and the non-striker's stumps. That always happens if he's bowling to right-handers. He starts to the right if we are looking over the bowler's shoulder to the right of the non-striker's umpire, then he runs in his run-up between the non-striker stumps and the non-striker's umpire, then makes a relatively sharp turn, turns his hip around and releases one of his slow left arm orthodox deliveries. Very, 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 very good fun. It's not as good as Ray Bright running in to bowl like a crab in the 1981 Ashes. If you have any time, look it up. Ray Bright, 1981 Ashes. That's just the best. Anyway, there wasn't that much action. Hridoy has scored. No, Liton Das has now scored 2 quick runs of the third delivery of Murtaza's first over towards deep fine leg. In he comes again, and this one is a cover drive from Liton Das that finds the boundary despite 2 fielders from Hong Kong in the deep running towards the ball from different directions. 5th 4 of the innings, Liton Das moves on to 9 runs, and Bangladesh are 57 for 2. 2 more deliveries left for the captain of Hong Kong, Yasim Murtaza, to bowl. Liton Das is on strike, and he pushes a single into the leg side. Murtaza, quick on his feet, feels it before it can reach mid-on, and there is a single. So Hridoy to face the final delivery of the first over, bowled by Yasim Murtaza. Bangladesh 58 for 2, target 144. Liton Das is on 10 of 8. Tuit Hridoy is on 4 of 2. He is remarking his guard. Liton Das, as we are seeing now here on the non-strikers end. And again, Murtaza running between umpire and stumps. And this one is pulled into the leg side. But there is only a single in the... Oh. There is a single. I'll tell you what my problem is, because they were running a single and now there is an advertisement. And when we come back to the live pictures, we will see, no, that's not the end of the over, because while we were seeing advertisements, a no ball has been given. There's a free hit coming up, and now it is 62 for 2 after 7 overs, because there were 3 no balls. Anyway, end of the 7th, Bangladesh 62 for 2. They need 82 more to win off 78 deliveries. Liton Das has 2 figures. He is 10 of 8, and Tuit Hridoy is 7 of 4. Murtaza ends his first over with none for 11. Let's have a look at social media. Bangladesh 17 runs ahead after the power play. Yes, they are 17 runs ahead right now. The only thing, well, I mean, it kind of plays into what I said about Anshul, the opening bowler for Hong Kong earlier, Ayush Shukla. He was very expensive against Afghanistan. He bought his wickets, and he did take one thus far, but he paid 20 runs for that one wicket at an economy of 10. So yeah, that's the problem. He might be a dangerous bowler, but in a game where the target is a mere 143, and don't or despite the pitch being not that friendly with the batsman, that's too much. You can't concede 20 runs of 2 overs in the power play here. So Isas is given an over. So Hong Kong are going with some more right medium fast now. 2 singles of the first deliveries, 64.2, and the Bangladeshis are also rotating the strike very nicely in the absence of boundaries. There have not been that many boundaries in this match. Generally, for a modern T20 tournament, ICC tournament, I think the number of boundaries has been relatively low, except for I think the Indian innings was basically all boundaries and bish bash bosh. But Isas is keeping it tight here because he follows the 2 singles with 2 dot balls now. The Hong Kong field is set relatively close to the square, and they stop whatever comes their way here. Either that, or the Bangladeshis are doing their best to find the fielders, as Isas is coming in again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is wide outside the off stump, and it is given as a wide, and he will have to bowl that one again. As we are seeing replays of the wickets, both of them were caught in the deep by off shots that were mistimed into the air, moonballs as they say. Another single, this time behind square on the leg side for Hridoy. Behind point in the offside, of course. They're both right-handed batsmen. Bangladesh 66 for 2. Lithan Das is back on strike now. Isas with figures of none for 4 from 0.5 overs. In he comes again, and Lithan Das looks to defend that one. His bat angled a bit too much. It bounces and rolls behind the crease towards the keeper, who picks it up, and there is no run. So dot ball to end the innings. Bangladesh 66 for 2 after 8 overs. 78 of 72 to win now for the Tigers. Nathan is asking if I can tell him if I can tell anything about this tournament. Yeah, well, it's basically it's the Asia Cup, so it's the Continental Cricket Federation, and they have their own what is it in America in soccer? Is that the CONCACAF Cup? I can't tell you because I'm not that. I don't know the federations' names in football, but in Europe it's European Championships, and this is basically the Asian Championships. So Asia obviously has its own governing body under the ICC and above all the national boards, and they are playing their this Asia Cup here, um, which is kind of there basically to give a lot of the smaller nations in the region the chance to compete against the big teams. Look, this is here kind of like Hong Kong is in it this year. There's the UAE in it. So since the beginning basically of limited overs cricket in the late 1970s, and then the first World Cup in the first men's World Cup in 1979 and 1975. They saw the money that brought in, and it was, as far as I can tell, it was basically set up to have more one-day matches between Pakistan and India. No, that's only half joking, but yeah, in the beginning it was played as one-day internationals. This I can't tell you, is this the first time they played as a T20 international format? I think they tried it once before, but then went back to it being one-day international format, and now it has reverted to T20 international. I think they it's as it is always in cricket. It started as a one-day international cup, obviously, and then they said, okay, there is a T20 World Cup coming up because the ICC is now trying this this T20 thing. I have to tell you, everyone, 9 overs gone. Bangladesh have brought up their 70 for 2, and Liton Das and Tove Tridoy are the not out batsmen, and Liton Das faces the first delivery from Aizaz for his second over, takes a single, and Bangladesh 71 for 2. Yeah, it has. So the Asia Cup has obviously gained a lot of importance during the 90s, when the United Arab Emirates really tried to get a foot in the door with hosting cricket tournaments. A lot of one-day international tournaments and stuff like that were hosted in the 90s in the UAE. If you look up Sachin Tendulkar Desert Storm, for example, that was in Sharjah. That's a very, very, very famous innings in a triangular series, I think, where there was a sandstorm in the middle of the game, and they had to bring in helicopters from the army to blow away all the sand from the ground and stuff like that. It's on YouTube. If you look for Sachin Tendulkar Desert Storm, you will find that. And I think that made the Asia Cup more important, because it is a tournament that the UAE actually have a chance to qualify for. They won't be qualifying for the full World Cup, especially since the World Cup is shrinking all the time. They have 8 teams, then sometimes they have 10 and stuff like that. I think last one had 10, the full ODI World Cup. So that means that not even all the full member nations can take part. Not all of the full member nations qualify for that one. So for any associate members, and most of the associate members that are anywhere near competitive, except the Netherlands and Scotland, are in Asia. So with the with the ICC World Cup being too small, the Asia Cup has gained massive importance for these nations that are too small to have any hope of gaining full member status or test status, and or qualifying for the ICC World Cup. And it's the showcase for them, and because there is India and Pakistan are also in that in the Asian Cricket Council, that guarantees eyes on the product because India and Pakistan are in it, and you get to play India or Pakistan, and that brings massive publicity and money. So 10 overs gone, not that much happened. 4 runs have been scored in the last over that was bowled by Aizaz Khan. Bangladesh 74 for 2, and they are now not that much ahead of Hong Kong at this point. But I think this is the point where the wicket maiden was bowled by Bangladesh. Yeah, that is drinks, and I will take a very, very, very short drinks break, and I will be with you in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, I'll be back. And we are back with the second half of Bangladesh's chase of 144. They are 74 for 2 after 10 overs. They need 70 more runs. They have 60 balls left to make them in. The required run rate, therefore, is 7. And Murtaza continues. Left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Liton Das, who plays it out towards mid-on. Murtaza sprints across the pitch, fields it, but can't prevent the single. Bangladesh 75 for 2. As we see Rat coming towards the boundary. I can't tell you where exactly he's fielding in the deep, because I didn't see that. Anyway, here comes Murtaza, bowls it across Liton Das. And they are thinking about using overthrows that are produced because I think that is Baba Hayat. He fields the ball, throws it in, but his throw is a bit off target. The keeper, though, stops it, and the Bangladeshi batsmen are kept to a single. 76 for 2. Now Hridoy on strike. In comes Mortaza again, left arm around the wicket, and Hridoy plays that out towards cover. There is a fielder stopping it inside the boundary, shoving the ball back into the field of play. Another fielder backs him up, picks up the ball, and throws it back into the middle. And they have run, I think, 2. Who is that? Is that Shukla diving to save the boundary? Yes, that is indeed 2. 78 for 2 now. Next one is pushed through the cordon on the offside by Hridoy, and they take a single. So Liton Das is back on strike. He's on 15 of 16. Hridoy at the other end is on 18 of 18. Murtaza has figures of none for 20 from 2.4 overs. 2 more deliveries left. Cut by Liton Das, and it evades the fielder at backward point, but there is someone coming around from extra cover in the deep, stopping the boundary again. 2 more runs to the total for Bangladesh. 81 for 2. 1 more delivery for the captain of Hong Kong in his third over. Liton Das is on strike. 17 of 17 now. In comes Mortaza, left arm around the wicket, clipped off his legs by Liton Das. Both keeper and bowler are running after the ball that is played in front of square on the leg side, and there is a single run taken by Bangladesh, and they end the 11th over on 82 for 2. 8 runs coming from that 11th over. Liton Das on 18 of 18, as is Towit Hridoy on the other end, 18 of 18 as well. Mortaza has bowled 3 overs, none for 23, and Aizaz Khan has bowled 2 overs, none for 8. His figures. Let's see if anyone is with us. Nathan is saying, wickets often fall after the break. Yeah, that is one of the truisms of cricket in basically any format. It's true in limited overs matches where wickets tend to fall after breaks, like drinks breaks or something like that. And in test cricket, in long form cricket, red ball cricket, first class cricket, whatever you want to call it, or whatever it may be, they tend to fall after the lunch interval, after the tea break, and of course also after drinks, as we are seeing that Baba Hayat is requiring some assistance from the support staff and probably also the physio, and that means 1 over after the drinks break. We seem to have another drinks break because the Bangladeshi batsmen have been brought another round of very, very poisonous looking bright blue, like Powerade or something like that, drinks by support staff in these high-vis vests. As we are seeing that Liton Das is now around 100 runs behind Shakib Al Hasan for most T20 international runs for Bangladesh, 96 runs to be precise. As we are seeing what has happened thus far in the match, the summary: Hong Kong 143 for 7, Bangladesh, after 9 overs, are 82 for 2. They need 62 more runs. There is an appeal for LBW and no one is interested. First delivery from Isas in his third over against Liton Das, and Hong Kong have reviewed that. They have reviewed for LBW against Liton Das, who was given not out on the field. Let's see the replay of that one. That would be a problem for Bangladesh, I would say. Let's see. The ball pitches outside of stump. That is all fine. It hits him a bit above the knee roll, but he's not a tall man. There seems to be no bat involved, but his gloves are very, very close to the ball. But I couldn't say if that was that spike on Ultra Edge that we are now seeing, if that is the ball impacting the pad. I would say it's the ball impacting the pad because there's quite a big and quite a few spikes. Not out, says the umpire. The footage I have is pretty grainy. Let's have a look if anyone on Crick Info is screaming. Okay. Apparently, the third umpire says that there is not enough conclusive evidence to say that it is pad first. Yeah, I would actually say that the waveform or the oscillation on Snicko it looks, the sound made visible what's it called in English? The visualized sound, that's what Snicko basically is. Visualization of a sound. I think the amplitudes and stuff like that, it looks different for a glove first hit, because the glove is much harder than the pad above the knee roll. So that's what you see on that Snicko. If it's a big smudge, it's generally pad first. But okay. I mean, let's face it. These are basically the second tier of international umpires that are umpiring in the Asia Cup. Anyway, he was given not out. He uses the life that he has been given to make a single of the next delivery. Third delivery is a couple by Hridoy. Then there is some confusion as Isas is bowling onto Hridoy's toes, who peels it off his toes into the leg side. There is almost a collision between Hridoy and the bowler Isas. In the end, nothing bad happens. No one is appealing for obstructing the field or something like that. Leeton back on strike. 2 more deliveries in Isas' third over to go, and he loses the grip of that ball, and it goes very, very wide outside the off stump, and the keeper Ali has to dive full stretch to his right prevent buys here. It is given as a wide though because it is wide outside the tram line. Now we see the field. Mid off, cover, deep point, backward point, deep third, short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and long on. In comes Isas. And this one is wide again. Same problem. The ball comes out of his hand and it's not coming out straight, but it's coming out crooked to his left. So it comes out of his hand at an angle almost, going wide of the off stump of Liton Das, and it passes the batsman outside the tram lines, which are a guideline for what is a wide in a white ball match. Next one is another single, and the fielding seems to break down a bit for Hong Kong now. There is no one backing up as the fielder throws in from fine leg. He misses the stumps and it crosses the whole square and reaches the non-striker's crease, the popping crease, where it is stopped by, I think that was Murtaza. A dot ball to end the over, and Bangladesh are 89 for 2 after 12 overs, 7 runs from the 12th. They are ahead of where Hong Kong were at this stage in the innings, but not that far. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on the chat. No, I think the last one was Nathan with his comment about wickets falling after the break. Yeah, that is absolutely true. The required run rate is still 6.88. It hasn't fallen that much since the end of the 10th, and Kinchi Cha is given the ball. 51 matches, 14 wickets, average 37. And he comes in, right arm around the wicket to the right hander. Liton Das tries to bowl it onto his stumps, and Liton reverse sweeps him for 4 runs down towards backward point, deep backward point. Yeah, that's a statement shot. First time you see an off spinner in the match, and the first shot you play is a reverse sweep. That's pretty that's pretty bad. My stream is stuttering a bit, so let's see if anyone else has said anything. Is the time to shift gears now? They are ahead. I don't think it is time to shift gears just yet. Depends on how many wickets they can keep in hand. If they can get to the death overs, so 15th, 16th over, without any further losses, they will be fine if going along as they are at the moment. And now Kinchit has a bit of bad luck to rub salt in the wound, as there is a mistimed shot that falls safely towards mid-on from, I think it was Liton Das. Now there is a couple of runs to Hridoy, and they move on to 98 for 2 with 1 delivery left in the over, and that couple of runs brought up the 50 partnership between Litandas and Tawit Hridoy from 47 deliveries. So not going along that quickly, but the problem is 1 boundary every over from here wins it for Bangladesh, basically, if they can take singles here and there. Another couple of runs of the last delivery of Kinshit's first over, who ends with none for 11. Bangladesh bring up their century, or their 100, their triple figures, after 13 overs, 100 for 2. 44 runs are still required from 42 deliveries. The required run rate now starts to drop appreciably. It is now 6.29, and Tawit Hridoy is on his knees. He has brought some drinks. They seem to be electrolytic drinks because both him and Liton Das seem to be in danger of suffering from cramps, because Liton Das is also given what the Australians like to call, probably like to call pickle juice, which is, it's obviously not real pickle juice, but it probably tastes a lot like it because there is a lot of salts in it and stuff like that. Maybe some acid, I don't know, but yeah. Ayush is back. He of the very high economy, and he bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Liton Das, who clips him off his pads into the leg side, and the Bangladeshi batsmen take a single. 101 for 2. Hridoy on strike now. He's on 25 of 24, while Liton Das, now at the non-striker's end, is on 27 of 25. Lots of fiddling with the gloves from both batsmen during the last few minutes here. But all seems to be ready now. Again, Ayush in, right arm over the wicket, driven by Hridoy. The fielder at cover can't get his hands to it. It goes into the outfield, and they still take only a single. So 102 for 2. Liton Das is back on strike. 4 more deliveries in Ayush Shukla's third over to be bowled. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander Liton Das, who gets a top edge as he looks to cut, and that top edge flies over the head of the keeper and finds the boundary at backstop, and that means Bangladesh are now 106 for 3. Yeah, that's really lucky from Liton Das. It's a top edge that goes to the boundary, mostly along the ground. That means there's a lot of pace in Ayush Shukla's delivery, because thus far the outfield in this match hasn't been that fast. Now a cheeky scoop from Liton Das, and there is no protection behind in the V behind the keeper for Ayush Shukla, so another boundary here for Liton Das, as the fielder from fine leg can only run after it, but there was never any chance for him there. Short boundaries behind square on this pitch, on this field, on this ground. In he comes again, 5th delivery, late cut from Liton Das as Shukla bowls outside the off stump, foolish length. This time there is a fielder out in the deep at deep third man, and that saves the boundary. And it is just a single. So what is going on? Final delivery cut by Hridoy as Ayush Shukla gives him too much width, and that is 112 for 2 after 14 overs for Bangladesh. Towith Hridoy on 27 and Liton Das on 36. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat. Being in the same group as Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, I would be worried about the net run rate. Yeah, we are. Yeah, that's probably correct. But let's be honest. I suspect Afghanistan will beat. Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. There is a bit of a problem with YouTube in the last few days, maybe half a week. It's been pretty bad recently because they seem to have revamped their back end, and every time YouTube revamps their back end, it takes them about 2 weeks to a month to get everything back to where it was before they revamped the back end, and also their app. Their app is also fucked if they do that, and they do it at the same time every time. So if you have the YouTube app and you have problems with the YouTube app, you can be pretty sure that there is also trouble with the back end on YouTube, with loss of connection for live streams and stuff like that. Sometimes it takes 3 hours to upload a 15-minute video and so on. It's really, really, really annoying. So in case that my talk about the net run rate was lost, here we go again. Yeah, the problem with the net run rate, Afghanistan's net run rate is amazing at the moment, but I think that Bangladesh really should have put the foot down here. I think Sri Lanka is a better T20 team than Bangladesh, so I think that's gonna be really, really interesting on Saturday evening. Don't miss it. I will stream that here. As now Bangladesh are putting the foot down. There are boundaries. Another 6 from Liton Das, bringing up his 50 here. And Bangladesh move on to 128 for 2. Of the bowling of the Hong Kong captain Murtaza, Yasim Murtaza. Yeah, he is getting punished here now, as apparently Liton Das has also realized that Afghanistan beat Hong Kong heavily. Yeah, I expect for Bangladesh the deciding match will be against Sri Lanka. Yeah, some shameless plugging. I will stream that match on Saturday on this here very channel, as everyone is as not everyone, Hridoy in this case is congratulating his captain Liton Das to his 50, and there is a late uppercut by Liton Das, again off the bowling of Murtaza, that flies over backward point and short third man. There is a fielder in the deep coming around though, so that only brings 2 runs for Bangladesh, and now they are 132 for 2 after 15 and a half overs bowled, and they now need 12 of 27. Cut again by Liton Das, this time all along the ground, through point, and that is 4 runs, and it is 136 for 2 after 15.2 overs, 8 more to win of 26. And that means that seems to be the end of it. The ball is really curving back towards third man there in the replay. Liton Das stepping back towards leg, anticipating that Mortaza will bowl tighter on the stumps after being cut twice, and he is correct. Mortaza is bowling it tighter onto the stumps, and he's also spinning it. So he clips him off his pads into the leg side, and they run another single. Another single after that from Hridoy. So Liton Das ends up on strike again, and now the equation for victory is Bangladesh need 6 runs, 6 more runs, as they end the 16th over on 138 for 2, and that was a very costly over from the Hong Kong captain Yasim Mortaza. He concedes 16 in the 16th, and the batsmen are Towit Hridoy, who is now on strike, and Liton Das is not out on 57 at the non-strikers end for the 17th over, which will be bowled by Ehsan Khan for his 3rd over of the evening. He has figures of none for 24 from his first 2. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and it is played into the leg side by Hridoy. It is stopped by square leg, and there is no run. No, it's not played into the leg side by Hridoy. He swings at it, misses it, and the keeper can't get a hold of it, and it deflects from his left fingertips towards square leg. Next one is a single though. Hridoy is not satisfied with his, or is not happy with his shot there. Was looking for a boundary, couldn't find it. Liton Das is on strike, plays an on drive towards long on, and they take another single, 140 for 2. 4 runs left to win for Bangladesh. 21 deliveries left in the innings. Towit Hridoy is on strike, dancing down the pitch to Ehsan, lifting him into the leg side, deep mid-wicket, comes into field, and he can't believe that he didn't end the match with the boundary there. 141 for 2. Liton Das on strike. The Bangladeshi batsmen seem to be, the climate seems to get to them, as Liton Das plays an on drive, and both limp for a single. 142 for 2. Now Hridoy with another chance to end the match with a boundary. In comes Ehsan, and Hridoy goes down on one leg to slog him over the leg side, misses it, and takes the ball in the stomach. there is no run. Hridoy seems to be very, very frustrated with something. He's now on his knees in front of his captain. Both seem exhausted. Litandas is now encouraging him. Come on, dude. It's just 2 more runs. I'm on strike. We'll get this done. 142 for 2, and Iqbal is the poor bastard who is going to bowl the last over of this match, as the equation for Bangladesh is 2 runs of 18 deliveries, and in comes Iqbal, who has figures of 1 for 13 from 3 overs thus far. Iqbal bowling, and he has bowled Litandas. Clean bowled. 142 for 3, and Litandas can't believe it. That was careless from him. Let's see a replay. Is it really clean? No, it's not clean. He's dragged on. He has got an inside edge, and that goes into his middle stump. A third of the way up middle stump, and the bails light up. Litandas has to go. 59 of 39 deliveries. He's out bowled Iqbal. Bangladesh 142 for 3. Still, that's a bit of a morale boost for Hong Kong. One would think. Litandas, for some reason, seems he seems absolutely disgusted with himself. I don't know why he made a 50 in a T20, in a relatively low scoring T20. Yakar Ali is in as the number 5 for Bangladesh. First delivery he faces is given as a leg bye. Scores are level. Yakar Ali is at the non-striker's end. Towit Hridoy is on strike, as we see a replay of Ehsan Khan, I think that is, who pats Litandas on the shoulder as he trots off. Hridoy can't get the ball off the square of the third delivery of Iqbal's 4th over. There is no run. The scores are level. I repeat, the scores are level. Bangladesh need 1 single to win. They have 15 chances and 7 wickets in hand. Iqbal in, absolutely mullered into the leg side by Hridoy, and that is the winning single. Bangladesh win. They win by 7 wickets. 144 for 3 inside the 18th over. 7 wickets with 14 balls remaining. Much improved Hong Kong. I would say, and maybe their bowling tactics have cost them here in this match. Ayush Shukla giving him 2 overs in the power play. I can see why. He is one of their pace options, and he can be a dangerous bowler, but he is also a very expensive bowler. In a T20 that scores around 140, his economy rate is probably prohibitive. You can't. Where do you bowl him? I mean, he conceded over 10 runs per over in this match, I think. The problem you have tactically with a player like that is you need to bowl him during the power play in hopes of taking a wicket, because you can't bowl him at the death. in a tight game, because he will lose you that game. Yeah, but I think Hong Kong should take some heart from this performance here. Bangladesh are not a bad team by any means, and well, the weather or the heat seems to have gotten to them in the later stages of the innings. So yeah, a few more wickets at the start, maybe. That might have changed this game completely, but even so, Hong Kong take Bangladesh into the 18th over of a chase. That's not uncompetitive. Let's put it that way. Let's go through the highlights of the match. Highlights of the match were Nizakat Khan for Bangladesh, making their highest score, 42. Zishan Ali, the opener, this time made 30. He was a bit on the slower side, concerning scoring. 30 of 34. Anshirat, unlucky for the second time in a row. First time it was a bad decision by an umpire that he didn't review. It was the proverbial howler. He had a review in hand, didn't use it. Was furious with himself after seeing the replays in the dugout. Anyway, this time it was not the fault of the umpires. He skied one and was gone. Yassim Mortaza, once again with a brisk cameo of 28 of 19, and then the rest of the lower order was not much to write home about. 14 runs came in extras, 143 for 7 all told. The bowling card, 3 bowlers took 2 wickets. Taskin Ahmed, Tanzim Hassan Shakib, and Rishad Hossain. Among those 3, I think the pick of the bowlers, he had a economy rate of 5.25, while the others were 7.75 for Hossain and 9.5 for Taskin Ahmed, respectively. So, in reply, the opening batsmen from Bangladesh, Emon and Tanzit Hussain, they started relatively quickly, mostly thanks to Parvez Hussain Emon, who made 19 of 14. He was the first wicket to fall, but in the end, it wasn't ever really in doubt that Bangladesh might make it. A very good 59 from Liton Das, he was very, very, very cross with himself after getting out, which he was way too cross for that 59. Anyway, they beat Hong Kong by 7 wickets, but Hong Kong took them into the 18th over to do it. Pick of the bowlers for Hong Kong was Atiq Iqbal, who took 2 wickets. He had an economy rate of 3.81. The only other bowler to take a wicket was Ayush Shukla, but he had an economy rate of 10.66. So yeah, buying that 1 wicket. He bowled 3 overs for 32 runs. So yeah. Much better performance from Hong Kong than in their match against Afghanistan, but the Bangladeshis might have to think about what's coming their way on Saturday. Then they will have to play against Sri Lanka, which we will stream on this here channel. So first of all, thank you very, very much everyone for listening. I will stream the Sri Lanka-Bangladesh match on Saturday. That's at 4:30 Central European Standard Time on this channel. If you don't want to miss it, subscribe to the channel and activate the notifications. The stream will be scheduled later this evening, early next morning. Yeah, and thank you everyone. Nathan, I'm sorry about the technical difficulties. Yeah, and as let's go through some of the comments in the end. Nathan, thank you for the commentary. My pleasure. You are very, very welcome. Rhubarb says good night. Good night, Rhubarb. Good night, everyone. We will see each other again on Saturday.